ரொம்ப டிஸ்டான நேத்து ஆள் இல்ல வீட்டுல போனோம்
Hello.
टी शर्ट खाली तो पीछे पीछे टी शर्ट कहाँ है मोरे 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 हेलो हेलो
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Anmerani, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need any assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So the topic's name for today's webinar is DP-3020, Develop Data-Driven Applications with Azure SQL Database. About the ATC community, that is Azure Tech Community. This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. So today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics and Microsoft. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equip you with the right tools and right knowledge to succeed. So the Synergetics learning solutions are persona-based onboarding, onboarding add-on, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice book playbook, architecting. So these are the things which are offered by Synergetics. And if you want to know more about this skilling journey, please connect with us. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced based certifications, then role based certifications, and finally to expert level certifications. So we run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, Indore, and those who are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. And finally, we are thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey as our today's speaker. He's a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings in a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. So the agenda for today's webinar is this session will help learners get an overview of creating and configuring an Azure SQL database. Additionally, we will discuss how to use Data API Builder for Azure SQL Database and develop a data API with Azure Web Apps and static web apps. Furthermore, we'll gain skills exporting data using an Azure function and securing an Azure SQL database. These skills are essential and will empower you to effectively develop and manage applications using Azure SQL Database. So this is the 8 hours of learning plan, which will include 1 day webinar, self-learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please connect with us. And we are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for DP-3020 this webinar, which includes an overview of this module topic which are related to this webinar, and you can share the badge on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile after redeeming it. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. Also, I'm sharing the learning achievement badge link in the chat box. So the code of conduct is that you have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note, participants are not allowed to take screenshots of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. And this is an Advantage India Skilling and ANSI initiative by Microsoft aimed at empowering the future with AI skills at scale. It highlights key focus areas such as data and AI, Office 365 Copilot, GitHub, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join this session, please connect with us. Anyone who wants to organize these exclusive sessions in your organization or college, please do let us know, as these sessions are absolutely free. Do follow us on social media platforms. Would like Om Prakash Pandey sir to take on the session.
Thanks, Anmay. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining the session. It's really my advantage and making sure that everyone who has been able to sneak out their valuable time on a Saturday I'm here to make sure I can help you with details from perspective of applied skill, that is DP-2030. Anmay has already mentioned about this session. Anmay, is my voice clear?
Yeah, you're clear.
Thank you. So guys, as far as Microsoft Learn is concerned, it has transformed from various perspectives, and when I'm saying transformation here, I'm referring to the older documentation which was there, moving away from it, Microsoft has organized all these resources in terms of deep dive implementation, going into areas of role based certification. Just give me a moment. I'm getting a feedback. There is a lot of noise. Is it better now?
Yes, sir, it's better. A slight adjustment will be better if you can do.
Okay. Are you able to hear me clearly now? Yeah. Now is it better? Okay. Even the last session I had few issues. That's why I wanted to confirm before I get going. So you can hear me clearly. Thank you guys for your feedback. So I was referring to the new era adjustment and the solutioning done by Microsoft from Microsoft Learn perspective, how things have been organized in terms of role based modules, and making sure we have deep dive resources as part of applied skill. And when you look at a specific applied skill, say for example in the current context, here we are talking about the primary components from database perspective, going deeper into these areas and making sure we are able to work with relevant members and exploring various areas within Microsoft SQL Server as a technology. In the same series where we have DP-100, DP-200, DP-203, right, and various other certifications aligned to SQL Server management, administration, working with SQL databases, using data bricks and other technologies which will help us from data management point of view, analytics perspective. This is another applied skill which ensures that as an individual we go deeper into the area of having data driven application development using SQL database. My name is Om Prakash Pandey. I am a Microsoft certified trainer. I am a data solution architect. I have been extensively working on various technologies primarily server-side technologies like SharePoint server, BizTalk server, and Entra ID, Azure Active Directory, which was the older name, local Active Directory as well. While working with these technologies, there is no option other than leveraging and using resources from SQL database. I have also been working as a DBA and PTO for SQL Server and other databases within on-premises environment. I would love to make sure that everybody here understands the core purpose of data management using SQL Server. Before I go ahead with the session, can I see a quick raise of hands? People who are new to SQL Server. Can I see a quick raise of hands? People who are new to SQL Server, not worked with SQL Server earlier. Okay, I can see a few hands going up. Thank you guys. Please put your hands down. Thank you. Can I see raise of hands? People who have worked on SQL Server administration. Okay, so I can see two hands here, Akbar and Abbasi. Thank you guys. Put your hand down. Can I see quick raise of hand? People who are from developer background, C#, .NET, Java based application development. Okay. So I can see a few more hands going up. Thank you folks. Put your hand down. Now the reason why I asked some of these questions is because if you look at the prerequisites for this session, this is primarily focusing on making sure that we have people who understand database, who understand modern application development, and we can bring both these things together, which means addressing the backend concerns and then making these services available to maximum number of users. So what are the core members that we have over here? So as my colleague rightly mentioned, when we do these kind of sessions, these are full day kind of sessions, especially focusing on applied skill, where an individual has to make sure they have done with the needed prerequisite, and once they are enrolling themselves, we can help them with the right scalable lab environment. As part of the scalable lab environment, they can go ahead and implement these things with ease, where we have the database available, the Azure subscription available. Within that, they can create the data stores. Within that, they can perform all these operations and see for themselves from implementation point of view, from security best practices point of view. It may not be 100% real world kind of scenario, but a safe and secured environment where they can try out these things, where they can work with these members, and when they go back to their shop floor, they go back with a confidence saying, I have tried out these things, this is how it works, these are the challenges that one can face, and they are much better prepared and better skilled from their day in day out job point of view, right? So that's the purpose of applied skill. My colleague has already shared set of important links. You all can refer to that. From technology point of view, and especially this particular applied skill, let me share few resources over here that will help you all to get started with it, right? Some of you all, like few of my folks mentioned over here, saying they have database administration experience, they already have a programming background. For such kind of folks, they can go ahead, try appearing for it, try appearing for this applied skill assessment on their own. So I've shared the course link, I have shared the certification link on the chat. If you look at the core modules over here, the primary member that we are talking about is getting started with Azure SQL Database for modern application development. So people who are new to database, people who are new to this data management, this is where they would get started. People who are new to development, I'm sorry, we will not be able to help you all with that. You all would need to do your prerequisite learning on .NET, C#, understanding some of the basic programming fundamentals. Once you'll have, there are other courses for that, but in this particular course we are not dealing with it. Development for Azure SQL Database, how do you write basic applications to connect to it. Third step you see, that is developing a data API. Now this is an important member where we are integrating with some of the Azure services over here, like Azure Functions, exploring data manipulation options, and finally looking at the security practices for Azure SQL Database. Now certain aspects in terms of administration have been touched upon, but it's not deep dive in terms of administration. We have separate course for that, that is DP-300, where we can see more details in terms of the database administration perspective. This is some aspects of administration, but more in terms of writing APIs and implementation through the programming languages and how one can connect with Azure SQL Database. Now one would say, Om Prakash, if this is a complete day course, what are we doing today? So in today's session, we'll take overview of this applied skill, help people to understand what it is all about, right? Handle any kind of basic questions, queries that people might have, and make sure everybody understands the breadth of technologies, options available from data management point of view within Azure environment. If you look at the options available as part of learn modules, you have plenty of resources available. Within each section. Now one challenge which I see for people over here, and even on a general front, there are a lot of technologies like Azure DevOps or other members which have been referenced over here, but not gone too deep dive into that. So you all need to have knowledge on those areas as well. Wherever you feel challenged, wherever you need help, you all can connect to us, because once it comes to applied skill certifications, here there are multiple technologies coming together to solve a given problem. So in terms of API development, we may require GitHub Actions, we may require Azure DevOps as a resource. So my attempt over here would be to help you all with getting gist of these technologies, what are the options available, so that you all can actually get started with it. And on the journey, you all are not alone, we are there with you, so we can assist you as and when required. So keeping that context in mind, keeping that thought process in mind, let's go ahead and let me quickly take you through this entire course. It may not be possible for me to do all the labs over here, all the implementation over here, but to make sure we understand the mapping environments over here, like your Azure environment, your Azure SQL in virtual machines, using Azure DevOps as a resource. I will showcase those options so you all can get started working with it. Absolutely right, Shubham. So once it comes to the required learn modules, I have already shared the links for it. My team members have also shared the required resources mapping to it. From the badges point of view, you all can redeem those badges. But please understand, these badges are given to help you all get a kickstart within this learn environment. You all need to make sure you all complete that learning, invest time in trying out, practicing those things, using a free trial subscription, student trial subscription within your organization. If you'll have a MSDN subscription, you all can leverage on that. But make sure you all practice these things, because without that, just having a badges will not make much sense. As far as the lab links are concerned, let me, it's already shared. If you go to the previous link, or I can ask my colleagues to share it once again. As far as the lab is concerned, there are 5 labs which we have. Let me put the link on the chat for the same as well. Anmay has already shared it. If you have access to the chat, you can just scroll up. Thank you. Yeah, so let me share this link once again. So people who have joined in late, Shubham, I already answered that question, that you are right about it. And I have also shared the course link to verify the same. So guys, if you see the exercises over here, no problem. So here if you see, as part of the exercises, there are 5 core exercises over here. So Shubham, this should give you more clarity on that question. So first is enable application resilience using auto failover groups. That's the first lab exercise, which involves using advanced features of SQL database and writing your application code in such a way that we are able to leverage on this auto failover facility. Second lab that you have is configuration and deployment of CI/CD pipelines, where I was mentioning about Azure DevOps, GitHub Actions that can help you achieve this. Third important member, if you all see over here, is developing a data API for Azure SQL Database. So programmatically, how we can access this resource. If you look at the fourth lab over here, that is import and export data development in SQL Database. Now, most of these things we may have done it earlier, especially using the scripts, SQL scripts that we have. How do you execute that scripts? Importing a pre-existing data stored, right, using MDB files. Last that you'll see is configuration of managed identity for Azure SQL Database. These are 5 labs that we have. So when I say a scalable environment, within the scalable environment, you'll be able to perform all these labs. In my environment, I may be able to show you some of these options of how we can perform these actions or activities. Guys, once you'll have redeemed the keys today, like I said, this is the starting of the journey. Please go ahead, continue this journey, keep reading on resources relevant to your domain, relevant to your technologies, and keep getting more and more badges. Keep adding more and more badges to your Learn profile. You can share it on the LinkedIn and other social media. It helps people to understand that you are continuously learning on emerging technologies and you have acquired the skills relevant for the next project, next requirement that we have within the organization. This applied skills and other learn modules, this also paves out a path for us for getting into certifications. And like I mentioned about the bigger certification papers, you all can appear for that as well. So this was quick introduction about this course, what are the resources that we have over here. Without investing any more time on other areas, let's focus on the environment over here. The links which are being mentioned over here, I have already shared the links with you all on the chat, so you all can refer that. DP-3020, this is an applied skills. If you see the core modules, I have already mentioned about each of these modules, and with each module you have a specific lab being associated. I mentioned about that as well. If you see the technologies involved over here, the first aspect is the SQL database itself. So guys, once it comes to data management, there are different type of data that we would need to save, which is involving structured data, which involves semi-structured data, unstructured data. The reason why we need to work with different type of data sources is, in today's environment, today's application that we see, these are all focusing on polyglot persistence. When it comes to polyglot persistence, it says one application may not just focus on only one type of data storage. It can focus on different type of data storage, which could involve SQL and RDBMS based resources. Then we have multi-model data stores, which is referring to NoSQL. When it comes to unstructured data, this is where we are talking about various files, folders, various disks involved over here. Now, as part of our services given by Azure. For structured data, we have services available within IS format, within PAS format. When it comes to your IS resources, infrastructure as a service, here we have our virtual machines where you have options for creating SQL virtual machines, where we have options of creating Oracle database or any other data store options that one would want to use, right, through a virtual machine. From PaaS perspective, here we have Azure SQL Database, which is our primary focus in today's session. So we are referring to the PaaS model rather than the IS resources. Once it comes to semi-structured data, this is where we have Cosmos DB, and you have a separate certification paper for this. If I'm not mistaken, DP-3020 for Cosmos DB. For unstructured data, we have storage account, which can help us manage different type of information, different type of data as and when required for the environment. So keeping this context in mind, let's proceed ahead. If you see the learning objectives of the first module, our understanding would be going deeper into the PaaS model, Azure SQL Database, how it can help us from perspective of modern application development. Second resource would be how one can create SQL database projects using GitHub Actions, Azure DevOps, your data builder API, right, your REST endpoints, and finally security. Out of these 5 modules, I would try to cover overview of some of the modules so it can help us to get started with it. So guys, this is what I was mentioning about. As part of Azure SQL platform offerings, there are 2 important members over here. One is the IS resource, which is best for lift and shift kind of resources. So what is the core purpose of lift and shift? So for an organization which is focusing on continuing or extending their existing environment on cloud, they would say, Om Prakash, I know we can use a PaaS model, we can outsource some of the critical management tasks to cloud environment. I do understand that, but for now, I don't have that time. So can you please just move this application and the data store as is using a virtual machine? So once this entire environment is being stabilized, once we have understood the backend tasks and resources, we have got a grip over the existing problem, we have resolved that, then we can, as part of phase 2, then we can start thinking about how we can go ahead and move these things into a PaaS service. And there is nothing wrong with it. So what we are doing is we are saying the hardware management, the current resources that we had, all these things we are moving into cloud vendor, giving those responsibilities to the cloud vendor, so we can just focus on that virtual machine and use my applications to connect to it. I can add more number of servers as and when required in the backend for the same. Let me stop here. Let me go back to my Azure environment and quickly show you an example over here of how one can create a virtual machine. I'm not sure when was the last time when you'll have worked with Azure portal. For me, every 2-3 months Microsoft keeps changing the way how things are being organized. Let's go ahead, take a new resource group over here. Let me give it name as data resource group. Let me give it a name as OMP SQL VM, whichever region you may want to create it. Now, if you are going for high availability, we can leverage on facilities of availability zone. Security type, let me keep it as trusted launch virtual machines. And here I can go for free SQL Server license 2019 developer on Windows Server 22, right? And then specify other details. So this is one way of how one can create a virtual machine. I don't like this UI very much. I prefer another UI. This is what I prefer. And if you see the same diagram which I was showing on the slide, it aligns to that, correct? So the resource which I searched for, that is Azure SQL. So it shows me all the three options, and same thing which I was doing there for selecting an image, I can do it from here. So rather than struggling with thousands of images, this helps me to pick the latest one or pick whichever version that I want, whether there are free licenses, developer license, right? I can see multiple options for that. SQL Server on Ubuntu environment, Red Hat environment. So I can see all those available resources. So if I want to enable high availability, so this is more aligned from a SQL perspective. Okay, Azure SQL, you can check for that. Choose SQL virtual machine and click on create. So you see we are back to the same UI, the earlier UI, but from database perspective, it becomes easier for me to choose right type of image. Let me mention the credentials here. So whatever inbound ports that you want, right now we'll keep it as RDP. From OS disk type, you can select SSD, Ultra SSDs, depending upon what is input output per second that we are looking for. Virtual network, subnet, if these resources are already existing, in that case you don't have to create a new one, you can select existing one. In more practical scenarios, we would prefer not having a public IP being assigned to our SQL database. But for now, for dev test purposes, I'm allowing this. We can have auto shutdown enabled for our machine. So in by chance I forget switching off the machine, it will do a auto shutdown. So these are some of the additional resources that we have from management point of view. OS guest diagnostic, since I am using a Windows machine, I can enable custom storage account over here. If you want any agents to be installed, especially from perspective of security, performance diagnostics, Microsoft anti-malware, we can add multiple extensions to our machine. Now coming to the most, I have skipped most of these aspects quickly, one or two sentences, because our focus here is not virtual machine. Our focus is SQL Server. So once you have this machine ready, how do you want it to be accessible? Right? Which resources, what features you would want to enable over here. So you can make it available within your virtual network, which means I should have another machine where I have my application being deployed, and only through that machine I want to access my database. Or I can have a public internet. Everybody knows the standard port that we have, 1433. Now once it comes to your authentication, I have option of enabling secret authentication and what credentials one would want. Now here it says about Key Vault integration. Anyone who can help me? What is the purpose of Key Vault? Anyone, any suggestions on what would be the significance of Key Vault over here? Okay. No, it's not a firewall. Anybody else? What is the relevance of Key Vault? Very good, Prateek. So it can help you save your password, or to be more precise, save your connection string. Thank you very much, guys. Tanmay, here we can have encryption keys. So if you want to have column level encryption, so say for example I have a column with password or any such critical information, I can encrypt that column as well. Now that, yes, I would not say passport, but it's more about certificates. If you're saying that, yes, I do understand that point. So it can help you store the connection string, it can help you store the encryption keys and the certificates. Right? So there are three things which will be saved inside the Key Vault. For now, I'm disabling it. This is the actual implementation in the last lab. If you see usage of managed identity, that's where you are leveraging on Key Vault, because managed identity will help us to access the Key Vault. Let's go into storage. So what I have done by now is allowed this access on public internet, SQL authentication. Let's go to the storage configuration. Now within the storage configuration, here if you see, it is saying, Om Prakash, I will be creating a new data disk. I will be attaching a new data disk to that existing machine. 1 TB is too much of size for now, because I don't know how much actual storage I will require. So let me go for premium SSD is fine. Set system database. As far as log storage is concerned, do you want to put it in the same disk, new folder f:/log, or you want to create another disk for it? It's up to us. share data drive for temp DB. So I'm putting all these things into a same drive, same disk being attached into respective folders. Now this is more in terms of how would you want to architect your resource, how would you want to create these members over here. You can still go to different disks. Each disk will have the respective content being saved. And this is 16 GB premium disk. What is the max IOPS that we are looking at? Input output per second. Now I really don't know how to choose these information, right? Whether it is relevant, not relevant. So what I would do is I will talk to my team members who have been implementing the on-premises database. I will ask them what type of disk or what type of resources they have created, what was the performance that they had, right? So when they are going to Azure, when they are migrating these workloads to Azure, what are their primary concerns or challenges they were facing, right? So based on that requirement gathering, based on the inputs and specifications being mentioned, I will take my call, I will take my next steps over here and make sure when I build this solution, it solves all the problems being mentioned by my team members. So some of the challenges or some of the day in day out tasks that they were doing, like automated patching, backup, if I want integration with R services, advanced analytics, right? So I can enable these features over here. This will again depend upon what type of workload that we are focusing on. Right now I'm using my MCT account to create this virtual machine. Meanwhile this is happening, let me proceed ahead. So this is what we were looking at, creating a SQL server on virtual machine. Now once you create this machine, depending upon the type of license being used, in our current scenario we are using a free license. You all can also go for a enterprise license. So based on the license being selected, your pricing and the respective features that we have, that will be a different kind of a resource that we will create. Once we go for an enterprise license, we can leverage on features like SSRS, SSIS, SQL Server reporting services, SQL Server integration services, SQL Server analysis services, right? So we can leverage on these services on your virtual machine. Right now we have a single instance being created. This is in progress right now. So all virtual machine components plus SQL Server resources that we have mentioned here. That's from a virtual machine point of view. Another member that you have is SQL Server Database, where we have the logical database being created. We don't have a virtual machine and we don't have to get into details or intricacies of what type of disk is being attached, what type of network configuration is there. All these things is taken care by the backend team, right? Microsoft does it on our behalf. What we should be focusing over here is more in terms of database management, audits, and other compliance and security requirements that one may have. That should be our focus area. Third important resource that we have is MI, which is Azure SQL Managed Instance. This is, I would say, an overlap between IaaS and PaaS environment. some part of it is correlating with IS services, infrastructure services, and I would say 80% aspects are focusing on SQL database, that is the PaaS service. Fourth scenario that one can have over here is building building a hybrid environment, hybrid resource by using Azure Arc. Right? So these are four possibilities that one can leverage upon, especially working with SQL Server like environment. If you are a Microsoft shop or if you are a non-Microsoft shop, in either scenarios, leveraging SQL database as a RDBMS based solution is very, very important from compliance perspective, from the requirements that organizations have been coming across, the challenges that they have been facing from security, reliability, audits. Most of these answers are being given by SQL database, and this has been more than, I could say, 25-30 years. Microsoft has been consistently providing this as a service, and it has been used by most of the Fortune 500 companies by now. Approved, recommended, appreciated. If you look at Azure SQL Database, just give me a moment. Are we there? No, still taking time. Second option that we mentioned about is a PaaS service, and as part of the PaaS service, here we have two primary options, two purchasing models over here. One is database transaction units called as DTUs, and we have vCore. So here, like other PaaS services, you have SKUs available. So based on our requirement, it can be mapped to one of these options available here, which could be basic, standard, premium, or in terms of vCore based model, we have general purpose, hyperscale, or business critical. So depending upon what is our requirement, what is our expectations that we have, we can choose from one of these. We can pick from one of these options which is available. Now once it comes to your deployment options over here, the easiest one to start with would be a single database, right? Single database, logical database. Choose one of these SKUs and get going with it. This is where we start with. So based on the information being collected, based on performance of your existing application, we can do a scale up over here. We can add more facilities, we can change the SKUs, right? So my recommendation would be start small, start with single database, and as and when required, we can go and enhance or add additional facilities. Okay, that is something which is a more preferred approach, more less costly approach, I would say, and make sure that we are able to simplify the implementation here. If you look at the deployment options, apart from single database, we have elastic pools. Okay, as the name suggests, elastic refers to the stretchable kind of environment where we can add more resources, and within that pool, when I say pool, here we have pool of CPU, RAM, right? That is pool of memory that we have, or available base compute resources that we have, and within that elastic pool we can have multiple databases, right? We are kind of creating a shared resource environment for multiple databases. So that's the advantage that we have with elastic pool. Along with this, we have a very, very beautiful option called as serverless. So like I said, to start off with, we have single database, and we can of serverless. Now, one problem which I have in understanding about this serverless, and I would need your help there. So once it comes to your databases, right? Here we have two important members. So one is compute and second is storage. So when we talk about serverless, when you talk about hyperscale, or even when you talk about vCore, which part of this are we addressing? Are we addressing compute or are we addressing storage? So when we say serverless, which problem are we addressing? The compute problem or the storage problem? Tanmay, Prateek, Niyas, anyone? Any suggestions here? Krishna, thanks Tanmay. So here we are referring to the problem of compute. And when it comes to compute, why would a database require a compute resource? Because databases is more about storage, right? Why would it need compute? Anyone? Any suggestions there? Okay. So thanks Tanmay. So guys, once it comes to compute primarily is used for executing your queries, right? So the data is being stored within your storage environment and there are a lot of queries which are coming in, query execution when you have your stored procs, right? So who's supposed to execute these queries? Who's supposed to execute these stored procedures? Thank you. So your DTL, when you're talking about SSAS, SSIS, even those kind of processing is being done by this compute. And that's why when it comes to your serverless as a resource, here what we are saying is we are not having a pre-provisioned compute. We are not having any pre-provisioned compute. We will create the compute or use the shared compute at runtime as and when required. That's what is serverless. So what I mean by this is if I am not receiving any requests, if I'm not getting any, if I have a environment where I'm not receiving any kind of requests, I'm not paying for compute. I'm only paying for storage. So pay for only what you are using and don't pay for resources which you are not using. So if I'm a startup, right? If I have a new website or a new application being hosted, web application, mobile application, and I'm not very well known in the industry, so should I go for serverless or should I go for pre-provisioned compute? What do you all recommend? If I'm a startup, what do I recommend? That's right. So you should go for serverless. So why to incur cost when you're not earning? Right? So start off with serverless. Start off with something like single database, serverless combination, right? Give it some time. Let your services be, let your awareness of your service be there in the market. Have a well-defined user base for yourself. 1,000 users, 2,000 users, 10,000 users, and that's a fixed user base that you have. So now you can go to the provisioned model. Provision means pre-existing or pre-provisioned machines, because now you know minimum these many number of users I will have on day in day out basis, right? So that's the purpose of provision versus serverless. And when I say provision, here I can specify whether I want standard, premium, I want business critical kind of environment, hyperscale kind of environment, right? So I can go ahead with specialized pre-configured environment and work with that. So that's the core purpose of the SKUs that you have and the deployment options. Let me go back to my database. Am I done? Yeah. So my machine is ready. So before I go to the past services, before I start working on that, let me hop into my machine. Let's see what are the resources that I have got created over here. So since I mentioned about availability, give it a moment. Let's get this environment ready. So what it will do is, once you start this machine in the backend, it will start all the services. So there's a SQL DB. There are other correlated services that we have within the backend. Once it starts all those members, starts all the resources, we should be able to access these tools. We have Microsoft SQL Server 22. Here we have Analysis Services Deployment Wizard, Tuning Advisor, SQL Server Profiler. We have SQL Server Management Studio. So all these primary resources will be part of your virtual machine image that we are using over here. So once we have launched this machine, once you have initiated all the processes in the backend, system processes for database management, using SQL Server Management Studio, we should be able to connect to our database. I've taken a machine with smaller configuration and we don't have SSD over here, that's why it's taking slightly longer. So I have my server name available here. Wow. So if you see the options available, enter multi-factor authentication, password, integrated. There are so many options over here. I have one of the options as SQL Server Authentication. I'm not sure if I will be able to work with this. So guys, what do you all recommend? Will this work for us? Have we specified SQL Server Authentication? So here if you all see, I have system databases, master DB, model database, temp DB. From security perspective, what are the relevant logins which I have over here? SQL admin, super admin, set of server roles, right? So from database management point of view, administration capabilities, all these features are available here. Now some of them may work, some of them may not work based on the license which is being assigned to it. So this is our current environment that we have. We also have the event profiler, right? I'll not go into too much of details because this session is not about administration, right? So this is how one can connect to the SQL virtual machine having the database mapped behind the scene. And for creating this, we are leveraging on the pre-existing image. And like I showed earlier, there are series of options available depending upon your requirement, which version you'd want to go for, what type of license you want to go for. Now let's go back to the second option, which is the pass option available. Let's look at the SKUs that we were talking about. Let's look at the storage and compute that we were referring to. As usual, I'll go to Azure SQL. I can see my Azure virtual machine here. Let's go for the next option. So there are three options available here. Now one would say, Om Prakash, you said there are two options. How come there are three options? So here if you see, there is a logical database server. So even for Elastic Pool, even for database, you will need to have database server created first. So even if we go for single database, while creating this database, we will still have to create the database server. Okay. For now, let's go for single database. Click on create, and here let's select our existing resource group, data resource group. Let me create my database over here, and like mentioned here, if you see, it says, Om Prakash, can you please tell me what is your server name? If you don't have a server name, no issues. Can you please create a new one? Oops, it says you have used this name plenty of times. What's the date today? Okay, let me make it unique by adding the date here. Central India as my location. So if you look at the authentication options available here, we can have intra authentication, combined authentication, or just use SQL authentication. I would prefer using SQL authentication. So I have my subscription, resource group, Do you want to use SQL Elastic Pool? No, not for now. What is your workload environment? So I have an option of development production over here. So it says if you have a development environment, this would be my suggestion for it. So would you prefer going for standard series generation 5, 1 core 32 GB storage and serverless model? And this is what I was talking about, guys. So one is compute and second is storage. So let's go to configure database. And if you see the options available here, there are two type of options in the compute. One is pre-provisioned machines and second is serverless machines. So as the name suggests, serverless means depending upon the queries being received, depending upon the inputs being received by the user. So whenever there is a processing requirement, we will create the resource at the runtime and give the response. And anyways, since this is a development environment, if there is a small delay in terms of responding back to the queries, I don't think there should be a big issue, because this is not a production environment, this is a dev environment. Once you, like I said, once you have a set of users, or you'll know minimal these many number of users are there, they will connect on a daily basis, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, then we can go for provisioned compute. Apart from this, if you look at the backend resources, here we have options like hyperscale, business critical, right? So vCore based model and you have DTU based model. So once it comes to your vCore based model, this is more relevant to coming from infrastructure background, because locally on their on-premises environment, they would have complex scenarios from implementation point of view. They would have used hyperscale where there are number of users, more number of replicas being maintained across environments, or they may be using highest availability performance, right? That is business critical. So depending upon their on-premises environment, if they don't want to do this infrastructure management themselves and still get the same kind of facilities, they can go to vCore based model. As far as DTU based model is concerned, this is where you have some calculations being involved. Okay. Now what do I mean by calculations? So here I am saying what are the number of transactions being performed, right? What is the complexity of the requests coming in, right? So based on all those input parameters, we can define database transaction units. So for supporting these many kind of transactions, what kind of underlying environment I should create? So it could be basic, standard or premium. DTU was the earlier model which Microsoft launched. The new model that we have, which came later, was the vCore based model. There is also a set of formulas which is mapping to the DTU, so you can refer that. I don't want to get into that details over here, because our focus is choosing one of these models and going ahead with application integration of the same. From backup perspective, which type of option you do want to go for? Now once it comes to networking, here let's go for public endpoint. Would you like other Azure services like Azure Functions, web applications to connect to this member? Do you want it to publish it as a REST API? Yes. Add the current IP address. So this is where we have the firewall. Okay. Add the current IP address and allow this machine, the current machine, to access database instance. Yes. Defender we can skip for now. Use existing data. I want to go for a sample data. Let's go ahead, click on review and create. Let's go ahead, click on review and create. So using the vCore based model, generation 5 machines, but please be aware that machine is not running. I have mapped it as serverless. So as and when we receive the request from the user regarding executing any of the stored procedures, I would want to start those machines or start those resources, get my job done, wait for some time and then shut down those resources. Starting and stopping those machines, or how the serverless is being used, all these things are being managed by Microsoft in the backend. So I don't have to worry on that. So what by that I am reducing the compute costs to minimal. Now one thing that you all might have realized, while doing all these things, I did not mention anything about the networking, network interface card, high availability resources, right? So most of these things are already mapped with the SKUs. Depending upon which type of SKU you go for, whether it is hyperscale, business critical, or it is premium, most of these complexities are mapped behind the scene on our behalf. So if you look at your database backups, we can configure, in our case right now we have configured local redundancy, we can configure geo redundancy as well. So to another geographical location, the backup can be stored over there and it can be retained for number of days. If you want to go for long term retention, we can initiate that as part of our backup services or using recovery services vault. So here we can create retention policy. Retention in sense till what time you want to retain that information, and it can be for 5 years, 10 years, depending upon what type of compliance requirements one may have. So if you look at the time taken, that's much lesser. So here if you see the options available within the PaaS service, here you have direct integration with Microsoft Fabric. We can see the settings over here, what type of compute storage combination we have gone for, what is the underlying connection string. So if you want to connect using AU.NET, JDBC, PHP, Golang, I have all that options available here. Along with this, if you want to take any kind of replicas, any integrations that you would want with other data services, analytics services, integration with Power Platform. If you look at some of the primary options over here like auditing or data discovery and classification, this is more from compliance point of view. And all these members are provided out of the box where we can go and configure these things without writing too much of SQL queries. These are some of our basic administrative tasks that we are doing over here. Checking for dynamic data masking. So a lot of facilities are available out of the box which can be configured, managed, mapped over here. So when we are running a lot of queries, performance recommendations, query performance insights, right? So these are some of the primary steps that are being done over here. So along with configuration of security and other options, we can go for elastic jobs, elastic queries. So like I mentioned, we may have a shared pool of resources, and within that we can have multiple replicas of the data. We can have multiple resources being created, databases being created in the same elastic environment, and we can write elastic queries over here where we can do appropriate indexing, partitioning, where I can have vertical partitioning, right, where I can have horizontal partitioning. So whether you want to segregate in terms of columns, segregate or index in terms of rows, and keep them in separate sections, and then write your queries in such a way that it gives you better performance for your responses, right? So those things we can manage by using elastic jobs and elastic queries. Along with this, like I was mentioning about, we can have automatic tuning for our resources. So if you go to the optimization options over here, if you look at the optimization options over here, so we can either inherit from the pre-existing members, or we can select new resources for creating indexes. So earlier, certain aspects which was taken care by the DBAs, all these things is configurable over here just by selecting right set of options. Guys, before we go to the next steps over here, going to the specific areas of the SKUs, how these things are being mentioned and created over here, let's grab a quick cup of tea or coffee. There will be more theoretical aspects before we go to the first lab, right? And I show you the implementation of the same. Everyone grab a cup of tea or coffee. Let's assemble back in 15 minutes, 1-5. Welcome back everyone. Let's proceed ahead. So before the break, we were discussing about various aspects in terms of how one can go ahead and create SQL Server resources aligned to the Azure platform, where we looked at SQL virtual machine, where we looked at the PaaS options available, what are the relevant SKUs that we have which can help us not just create a simple environment but even a complex kind of environment from perspective of hyperscale and managing business critical operations within our environment. So once it comes to your hyperscale capabilities, as the name suggests, it can support large number of users, not just performing inserts, updates, but also having large amount of reads across the globe, across multiple geographical locations. From size perspective, it can go up to 128 TB of information with a single instance. There can be instantaneous backup and restore options using snapshots. There is much higher throughputs because there is a separate resources being maintained for primary compute versus the read only copies being maintained for other reads that we have. The major idea over here is to make sure just by selecting the right kind of SKU, we can get such kind of performance without having to worry about the underlying infrastructure. If you look at the serverless compute, this is what we mentioned before the break, that once it comes to your serverless compute, it keeps checking how much of requests that we are retrieving, how much requests we are receiving for the stored procedure execution, SQL Server query execution, and whenever there is a gap in between, wherever there are no queries coming in, there is a inactivity period, it will automatically pause the resource so that you don't get charged for that timeline, and depending upon how many queries are being processed, right, you will be charged accordingly. From geo replication point of view, internally when we specify the private IPs or public IPs, right, or the server URL connection string which is being mapped, they are associated with Azure Traffic Manager, so that in the back end, if it is connecting to any other geographical location based on where the request is coming from, right, so it will connect to that nearest region, give back the responses in quick succession, so that from a user's point of view, they feel that they are working with the active database resource, and it can provide right kind of responses to the same. Along with this, if you look at the next very important aspect over here, that is enabling auto failover groups. If you look at the on-premises environment, here we have a concept of always on high availability, which is part of the enterprise license, where we can have more number of instances of the database, making sure we have copy of that data being maintained, so that if the user is connecting to another instance, they should get the same data. Now similar kind of facility is maintained within the cloud environment as well, where we have the primary logical server and we have the secondary logical server, which is mapped as a failover group, right. So the core purpose of this failover group, like we mentioned earlier, is in case the primary server is not available or the incoming request is coming from another geographical location, depending upon the latency, depending upon the performance expectation, it will fetch that data from the nearest environment, nearest replica that we have. So once it comes to our application resilience within Azure SQL Database, there are different set of options available. That is geo-replication, that's one option, and another option is auto failover groups. So once it comes to geo-replication, like we mentioned earlier, it can specify number of copies to be created, and here we can have up to 4 secondary replicas. From failover point of view, here you need to have a manual failover, and that's what differentiates the geo-replication from auto failover groups. Here we can have automatic failover options, and we can also have manual failover option. Now from a developer point of view, like how we were mentioning earlier, from developer perspective, we don't have to change the connection string. We need not make any changes to the connection string. So from a developer perspective, it will still remain the same. So Ritesh, once it comes to single SQL DB, or single SQL DB is a PaaS instance, PaaS service, and SQL instance within the VM is what you have a IS or as an option. But from an understanding point of view, both of them are exactly the same. But when you're going for SQL instance within the VM, this is something which we have to create as an IS resource, and there are more number of administrative options that you have within that. Where if you go for single SQL DB, logical database, logical server, right, you have PaaS based option where a lot of the backend things are being hidden or abstracted from us, right. So that's the differentiation between both of them. But from a architect's point of view or from an end user perspective, they are exactly the same from a usability point of view. I hope that answers your question, Ritesh. So if you look at the relevant use cases over here, the geo replication, this is for multiple read replicas, whereas auto failover groups, this is for making sure there's any problems or issues which is happening, it should automatically connect to the second environment without expecting a manual intervention. Let's go back to our resource over here. Right. So under data management, here we have option for creating multiple replicas or geo replicas as we would want. So first thing to be done over here is we would need to create another database. Whatever name we want to give, whatever location we may want to mention. Say one location I have Central India, another location I want to mention as Southeast Asia, what kind of compute that you would want. Here we can have redundant backup storage. So what is the requirement that you have from a read perspective? How many users, how many locations we are expecting? Based on that, we can create those many number of replicas over here. In terms of hyperscale, like we mentioned, it does automatically, it does these things automatically behind the scene. Here we are performing these administrative options ourselves. So once we have the replicas being defined, we can go ahead, make required changes, and all these changes will be updated into these replicas. Right? So here we can create our synchronization groups, right, where we can have our resources being specified. This is your availability group. Now within this availability group, like we mentioned, there will be a single connection string which is being given to our application owners, saying you can connect to any of these databases that we have in the backend in the sync group. So here we have our hub database, your hub password over here. We can specify so Krishna, like I mentioned earlier, hyperscale is the SKU that we have. And when you select this SKU, it will automatically create multiple instances for read and also for read write instances. The core purpose over here is to store large amount of data and make this data available to people across the globe. So give it some time. It creates the sync group. Am I done with the replicas? Let me verify that. Yeah. So here it is. So you see this, it is doing the seeding right now. So I can have a primary replica, I can have other geographical replicas. I can create a group over here, availability group, and within this group, I can add multiple databases. So these are two options which are available from perspective of application resilience. So what Microsoft is trying to do is some of these facilities which were available with higher configuration requirements, higher management overhead within your on-premises environment, creating and focusing on more infrastructure, these things are being simplified when we are going for PaaS services. Now once it comes to our any of the Azure resources that we have, or even for that matter Microsoft 365 environment, Power Platform, or if you look at Copilot Studio, all these members, all these services that we have, now they have been aligned with Copilot, which means it can generate information, it can generate resources based on the prompts being mentioned, based on the information being shared. So if we go back to our Azure environment here we have an option of Copilot, . So what is the significance of hyperscale skew in SQL DB? This was one of the questions being asked. So let me put up the same question here for my Copilot. Let me see what response it generates. Apart from this, if I ask what will be the steps for initiating availability groups, what are the options available, so I can get all those relevant answers for the same. Can you see this, Krishna? So rapid scale up, scale down, automatic scaling, elastic pool, much higher performance, faster backup and restore, right? So there are lot of advantages that one would see over here. Can you explain the architecture of hyperscale in more details? The same diagram which we mentioned earlier, you will be able to see that understanding of that diagram in terms of how there are read replicas, how there are read write replicas being created in the backend. So you have primary compute node, security compute node, named replicas. There is a paging server over here. So these are the core advantages that we have for hyperscale. So any such questions that we have regarding not just SQL environment, any other service which you want to find out how these things can be created, all those things can be mentioned inside the Copilot. The best part over here is you don't need to be a technical person, in sense you don't need even if you don't have too much of technical knowledge, we still can go and ask these questions and get relevant inputs for the same. So this is my scenario, this is where I'm stuck. So what should be my next approach over here? And as we keep asking these questions, since it is using a model behind the scene, it will, and it is trained for